We're good? Oh, yeah, there we go. Thank you. Yes.
So if they can address the question to the person
That they're
question is
want.
4K,
Yes.
highlight, I guess.
Yeah, identify, yeah, yeah.
That helps her on the transcription.
Yes. Okay, perfect. And if they don't, if they don't specify if it's like for any of the players, I'll just like,
That would be super.
I'll say, case for you.
That would be super. Because that helps Scott get the shot timed up.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can give me a pair too. All right, so we're about 5 minutes out from BU joining us for the press conference. Just a couple of reminders. No filming of the press conferences with your phones or cameras or anything like that. If you need something, talk to Hammond in the back. We'll be able to get you that. Or you can also download the entire recording from the NCAA Box site, which if you need that link, we can get that for you. Also, not that you might need it, but no flash photography, so that we're not blinding anybody more than they're already blinded. We'll do this for every press conference today, and I guess this week. We'll start off with an opening statement from Coach. We'll take questions for the players, dismiss the players, and then come back to take questions for the coach. So if you could just remind or remember that process, which is typical. At the same time, whenever a team's press conference is ongoing, their locker room will also be open for the duration of that press conference, up to 30 minutes. So you'll be able to walk down that locker room hallway and get access to players that might not be up here. We just ask that you coordinate that with the host SID when you have a chance, just so that they know that you're coming and that we can make sure that the locker room stays open if you're trying to do both. Fish sent me a document that he wanted me to read, and I'm not going to do it. Say it again. Marvin is in my care until we somehow get him back to Fish. Yes. Hi, Matt. Yeah, that's always that makes it easy. Yes, yeah. So at the Hall of Fame this year, he brought him, and we exchanged Marvin. So I've had him since the Hall of Fame. Oh yeah, the 5 minutes. Trust me. Trust me, I got you. Hey, Coach, how are you? All right, Coach. First off, congratulations for being here. We'll start off when you're settled with just an opening statement from you on your path here and what you're looking forward to tomorrow.
Thanks. Yeah, we're excited to be back here. Excited for this opportunity again to come back 2 years in a row. It's hard to do. I think internally the expectations were for us to get back here. Externally, I think as well, people I think thought, we could be here again, and to live up to that and get here, it's not easy. So it's a credit to our group, but we're certainly not satisfied for just being here again. And we want to make sure that we're on top of our game starting tomorrow.
Thanks, Coach. Again, we'll take questions for the student athletes first. So just raise your hand and we'll get you a mic. We'll start up front with Belle. Please just identify yourself and your affiliation. And if you're asking a question to a player, identify which player you're asking the question to.
Belle Frazen, Boston Hockey Blog. Case, just what's it like for you being part of this after being injured last year, deciding to come back and now getting to practice and play in a Frozen Four?
I mean, it's special. Obviously, you want to be on the ice with your teammates. Unfortunately, last year I didn't have that opportunity. But it was cool seeing it from a different perspective, and then the opportunity to come back and play in one is something I'm super grateful for. Super proud of our team, the way we competed the last couple of weeks, and just excited to get going.
We'll go to Gracie.
Gracie Davenport, Boston Hockey Blog. For Macklin, when deciding to come play college hockey, this is why you come play college. So just what does it mean to be playing in this weekend as a freshman?
Super special. Special opportunity for our group, and we're all super excited for this opportunity. Like Coach said here, we're all grateful to be here, and I'm grateful to have this opportunity to perform on this stage. But we're not just satisfied to just be here. We wanna do well here, and hopefully we can get it done this weekend.
We'll go over here, and then we'll come to you, Bernie. We got one over here, and then we'll go to you. We'll go here, yeah.
Lane, Joe Smith, The Athletic here. Just what did you learn the most about the experience last year that maybe there's a different feeling among the group or kind of handling the emotions this year?
Yeah, obviously we know what to expect with all the media stuff and, how big the stage really is. And, now, no one's caught off guard by that. But, going off of last year, just being in that situation and, being down goals, Minnesota, just knowing that it's not a great feeling, and we don't want that to happen again. And, I think we got a group here that can find a way to win and, find a way to win different ways. So we're just going to have fun here.
Go, Bernie.
Bernie Corbett, GoTerriers.com. Fooled you, Jay. Men's Health will be here later. Interestingly enough, the 3 student athletes selected all have siblings on the team. I guess you can get the take from each of you, but is that starting to get a little old? Like, why the hell am I playing with my brother? It's been 6 months. I mean, Lane, I know Quinn doesn't even talk to you, so I mean, you probably don't even have to answer this, but just that whole perspective of the kind of the family thing, and it's kind of a family thing for the whole team to have 3 sets of brothers and a little bit of a different dynamic.
Case, why don't you start with that one?
Yeah, obviously I'm super grateful. The age gap between me and Gavin's a little bit bigger, and it's an opportunity that I never thought I'd have, but to be able to have him be part of this team, be part of this group, and experience this opportunity with him is something I'm going to hold with me for the rest of my life. I know my family is as well.
Lane, do you actually talk to Quinn, or?
Yeah. Yeah, I talk to Quinn a little bit, I guess. But, that's like anyone here. Like, our team really is a brotherhood. I come to the rink and, Quinn's my teammate. He's also my brother. But, that's how I feel with everyone. Everyone here is my brother.
Macklin, what do you think, playing with your brother?
Kind of the same thing. Obviously, it's a pretty special opportunity to play with Aiden. done it for a couple years, but at this stage it's really special. And yeah, I mean, it's fun, but like Lane said, the whole team kind of feels like our brothers now, and we're a super close group, so we're fortunate enough to have that.
Go right behind Bernie.
Yes, hi, Jessica Lapinski from Le Journal de Montréal. My question is for Lane. You were here last year. Obviously, I know you're very happy to be back. This tournament is very special for you, I think. How do you think you've progressed from last year during the whole year? How did you evolve as a player?
Yeah, I think, going off of last year, last year we had a special team, but, I think over the summer, something I want to work on was getting, faster and stronger. And, I feel like I've done a pretty good job of that. And, the team's been growing along with me. So everyone here makes it easy on me.
Right up front.
Jesse Pierce, NHL.com. Macklin, I know obviously your focus this weekend is on this team and this tournament, but how much do you think that this will help buoy kind of your stock heading into the draft this year, and how much in the back of your mind is that a little bit?
Yeah, I don't think I'm very focused on that. I mean, we got a job to do this weekend, and it's kind of cliche, but everything else will take care of itself. So we're focused on Thursday, first of all, and playing the best hockey for 60 minutes, and then not looking past that.
We'll go right here.
Sean Davis with USCHO. I guess this is for any of you guys. What's going to be key to shutting down Denver's high-powered offense tomorrow?
I think for us, it's dictating the way we want to play, worrying about ourselves, minimizing our mistakes. It's something that we've been growing as a team over the course of the year. And I think when we're playing our style, we're hard to deal with. We have speed, we have some physicality aspects. We just have to stick to our game and stay patient for a full 60 minutes.
Jess Myers from the Rink Live. Macklin, a lot is made about the fact that you're one of the youngest players in college hockey. Just a year ago at this time, what was the decision process like? What were your options, and what made you choose to go the college route at your age?
Kind of always, or for the last couple of years, I've been thinking more and more about college hockey, and then obviously I went to Chicago and felt like college hockey was the right path for me, just playing against older, more mature, stronger players. I felt like it would help me best just to develop, and obviously we have a great coaching staff here that made it a very easy decision to come here.
Randy Johnson, Minneapolis Star-Tribune. Macklin, you showed your creativity on that spinning assist against the Gophers in the regional final. Can you take us through that play and what you saw?
Yeah, I mean, you can maybe call it lucky, but no, I just tried to, first of all, I just tried to get in the zone, and I saw someone coming backside, didn't know who, didn't know where, and I just kind of threw it back post, and fortunately enough, it landed on Shane's tape, and he was able to put it in. But yeah, I mean, I just tried to do the best, make the best out of a okay situation.
Go out back and then to Bill.
Hey, I'm Mark Kislow of the Denver Gazette. For a couple of Mac's teammates, the focus that he gets, how does that, on the ice, how does that help you guys as a team?
Case, why don't you start with that?
Yeah, I mean, he draws a lot of attention. That's for sure. I think for us, the way he works and the way he competes, so he sets up plays and creates time and space for whoever he's on the ice against. Obviously, you see it with his line especially, but like Lane's goal against RIT to get us going in regionals, just creating, finding time and space, and be able to create those plays that end up in the back of the net.
Lane.
Yeah, it's pretty special having a player like him on our team. I think, when the other team has to worry about him so much, it definitely creates chances for other guys, and not many guys can contain him, so it's pretty special having him out there when you're out there with him. But yeah, I think he just creates so many chances for everyone else, and it's definitely a really fun playing with him.
Go, Bill.
And for Lane or Case, just what's the message
Just
from the...
identify yourself,
Oh,
sorry.
sorry. Belle Fraser, Boston Hockey Blog. What's the message from the leadership group going into tomorrow, especially for the younger guys that haven't been on the stage before?
I think for us, it's enjoy it. It was good today to get out and practice and kind of take everything in, the experience, the rink, with all the media and everything like that. But tomorrow, it's a business trip. We came here to win hockey games, and it starts tomorrow. And starts from the drop of the puck. There isn't any time to kind of get used to the game. We have to be ready from puck drop, and I think it'll help to have a lot of the experience from last year kind of show through with all the guys.
Up front to Jesse.
Jesse Pierce, NHL.com. Jay, what have you seen from Macklin this year? Do you have to remind yourself that he is just 17?
Sticking with the players for now, and then we'll
sorry.
come back to Coach. Don't worry about it.
Never mind. How about boys? What else could you say about Macklin? Make a quick switch gears. What can you say some really nice things about Macklin? I know you guys just did, and him as a player, but even or chirp him either way.
Yeah,
Whichever's
no,
easier.
I think I'm good, thanks. No, he's a pretty special player. It's really fun playing with him. He makes it really easy for our guys, for me especially, but just seeing how hard he works, how hard he competes every shift. When your most skilled player is doing that, it makes everyone want to do it, and it's easy to follow and get behind him.
Jess
Myers from the Rink Live again. Every NHL rink is 200 by 85 with a lot of seats around it, but what do you guys thought of this place coming here yesterday and getting a look at XL Energy Center in St. Paul?
Macklin, why don't you start with that one?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a unique rink. Obviously, we played in MSG and the Garden this year, and they're both very, very cool, very unique in their own way. And so it's also, same ice sheet, same surface. Not much different though when the puck drops. So it's definitely a very cool experience and a very cool rink. But it's the same game at the end of the day.
Case, what do you think about the different NHL rinks you played in?
This one's cool. I've had the opportunity to play in this rink before, way back. Macklin keeps reminding me of how old I am on a daily basis whenever I say that. But no, this one, it's pretty cool. The setup's a lot different than a lot of those other rinks, like the Garden, MSG, those types of rinks with the pillars on the corners and stuff like that. But kind of like what Macklin said, when puck drops, you kind of forget about everything, and just focus on the task at hand.
Go to Andrew.
Andrew Mahoney, Boston Globe. Switching gears a little bit, I see Logan and his family here, and there are other team impact members for other teams here as well. Case, just what's it been like to work with him, to have him around the team in the locker room, and how does that change your perspective?
It's huge for us having him around. He's always got a smile on his face, always motivating us, and I think that perspective of sometimes things aren't going well for us on the ice, or maybe before the game you're dealing with something, or after the game, but just seeing him around and how much joy he brings to our locker room, it's been huge for us. Having him on the bus, the plane, just bringing that energy for us, it's been huge the past 2 years to have him around. Like yesterday, sitting on the bus with him, just kind of hanging out. I think he saw about our restaurant 18 times on the way to dinner. But it's just been super cool to getting to know him, getting to know his family, and seeing it through a different perspective.
Take one more for the players if it's there. All right, guys, thanks so much. You're going to head back to the locker room. Appreciate it. Questions for Coach. We'll start with Jessie, since I cut her off.
It's been too long since I've gotten to cover Frozen 4. So, Jay, as I had mentioned, obviously Macklin just 17. I know a lot's been made about that, but what have you seen from him as a player from the beginning of the year to now, and just how exciting has it been to watch him?
Yeah, it's been a pleasure to coach Macklin. Just even from day one, his maturity, his preparation, his passion for the game. He comes to the rink every day, and you can tell he loves playing the game, and he wants to get better. And forget the talent he has. His talent's off the charts, but his competitiveness is second to none. And that's a pretty good recipe to have. And I'll give you a story. Like the first day of, I guess, training camp for us, he pissed a lot of guys off, but it was because of how competitive he is. He doesn't give anyone an inch, and he's like that every day. And for a 17-year-old to push a group of older players like that, it's pretty impressive and says a lot about him and about his character and about how much he cares. And that's why he is who he is. And it's been great to have Ryan. He's a great teammate, and he's coachable. He wants to be coached. He wants to be pushed. He wants to learn. And, he's going to be a tremendous player for a long time.
Go Sean, then Adam, and then Bill.
Sean David, USCHO. Coach, kind of the same thing I asked Case. What's going to be the key to slowing down Denver and their offense tomorrow night?
Yeah, they're a deep team. We just got to make sure we manage the game. That's always, it's easy to say, but it's true. Like, we got to make sure that we're staying above the puck. Make sure our reloads are really good. Make sure our gaps are good for our D, so they don't have a lot of time and space. Now, obviously, the Byam kid's an excellent player. You have to have awareness when he's on the ice. He can make a play happen at any moment with his feet. So we just have to have awareness of who we're out there against, and we just got to make sure that we're on top of our game.
Adam Woden, College Hockey News. Coach, nowadays players come and go so much more quickly. I mean, Macklin probably a one and done. I mean, let's be serious, right? Back in your day, you were there 4 years. Even Chris Jury was there 4 years. I mean, you had some guys come, but it's much more rare. Do you notice a difference in team building and camaraderie because of that situation? Like, is it harder? Guys aren't there 4 years building that?
Good question. I've only been here 2 years, so I think it's tough for me to answer. I haven't seen it as an issue on our group this year. This is a very, very close group, our team. And like we talked about the brothers, is that part of it? Maybe, but these guys really care about each other. And I think, like, it doesn't matter. Our group, if you're a freshman or a senior or a grad student, these guys treat each other the same, and I think it's really impressive. And maybe it's because Case McCarthy's a grad senior, he's our captain, Gavin McCarthy's a freshman. Does that bridge the gap between the class? It might, but I have not seen it as an issue. Maybe Macklin's one and done, maybe Lane's done. Like, we don't know that yet, but it hasn't affected our group at all from a camaraderie standpoint. It hasn't affected our culture, at least in the short time I've been here. So I think if you bring the right type of player, that's a one and done or a two and done or whatever it may be, if they're the right type of person and they have their feet on the ground when they're here at BU, I think it makes a difference. And we have those type of guys right now, so it hasn't affected us, in my opinion.
To Bell, and then we'll go back and then to Bernie.
Belle Fraser, Boston Hockey Blog. Coach, we saw Doug Grimes on the third line with Zabney and Peterson during practice. Do you expect him to be back in the lineup? And then what does that do with Jeremy Wilmer? Is that an extra forward, or will he be scratched?
That's going to be a game time decision for us. I'm not sure yet. We haven't made a final decision on our lineup. We've looked at some different guys in different spots we've had some time to do that over the last week and a half, but no decisions yet have been made on our lineup.
Back.
Mark Kisla, Denver Gazette. I want to go back to your Mac as a 17-year-old first day of camp. Future top draft picks skill is going to be obvious, and I think everybody with that skill level is probably highly competitive. How unusual is that edge that would actually tip people off in a player?
Yeah, I don't think all the guys have it's just inside him and the way he's wired. I think if you see too a 17-year-old player with that much offensive ability, but if you see him play on the other side of the puck, the defensive side of the puck, there's not a lot of players that young that have that type of skill that are going to be that hard defensively. So I think that says it all about him, that he cares so much on the defensive side. He wants to get the damn puck back. So it's just the way he's wired. So I have not seen a lot of guys with that type of offensive ability at that young an age to be that mature to care that much about the defensive side of the game.
Bernie?
Jay, back with Men's Health magazine. Brought one of my favorite issues with The Rock. I'll let you read it later back at the hotel. Question, since the game against Minnesota in, where were we? Sioux Falls. got to think for a minute. I've talked to BU fans from 9 to 90 because that's part of what I do because I have a very limited life, obviously. And, you know, make no apologies for it. That third period against Minnesota, coaches are hard to please by nature. Is that, if you could have drawn it up, was that close to the third period that you'd aspire to in terms of how the Terriers handled that situation to come out of that regional with the win?
Yeah, I was, you know, certainly proud of our group the way we handled that third period. You're up by 1 goal going into the third, and you know the other team's going to push. They have to, right, or they're done. And we outshot them. They made some pushes, and when they did, our guys sacrificed themselves to win a hockey game. So I was very, very pleased. And at this point in the season, it can't just come from the coaches. Like I felt it on the bench from our guys that they were going to do anything they could to win that game and keep the lead. And from our goaltender on out, you could feel it, and it was great to see.
Go to Bill.
Bill Fraser, Boston Hockey Blog. Just line up again. What do you like about Tuck and Kaplan on the wings if you were to go with that fourth line instead of Peterson?
Yeah, I will say I'm probably going to keep that line together. They've been very good together. They can play against anyone. They're heavy. They're 2 big guys in the wing. Sam Stevens is, you know, one of our most responsible players. So they're a very effective line for us. I mean, yeah, they're listed as a fourth line, but I'm not sure we have a fourth line. We have a lot of depth throughout our lines, and the way they're listed doesn't mean 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, we play our lines pretty evenly, so they're very good at what they do.
Gracie.
Gracie Davenport, Boston Hockey Blog. And then just looking at the third line again, if Doug Grimes does play tomorrow, just what kind of identity does he bring to that line?
Yeah, he brings some size. It's another line where you have Zabane, who has a ton of speed, and then you have 2 big wingers with him to create some space for him. So, you know, Grimes is a big forward. He's long. He skates very well. So it just adds another element of size for our group.
Andrew.
Andrew Mahoney, Boston Globe. A similar question that I had for Case. Just, you know, what is it like with working with team impact and having Logan around the team the last couple of years?
Yeah, I think it's been awesome for our team to have him around. Just the energy he has, the excitement he has every time he's around. It puts things into perspective. Like Case said, you know, you're having a bad day, you had a bad game, and then you see him after, and he's always got a smile on his face, and it helps you forget about it a little bit. So I think it makes these guys too, like, grateful for where they're at, and it goes a long way. And their family's been great. It's been great to have him around. So it certainly helps our team, and he's been excellent.
Do you have a question, Dan? Yeah.
Hi, Dan Roach from WBZ. Jay, 2 questions. One, if I could. First of all, what was it like for you guys after the Hockey East championship? Guys said they quickly turned the page because they knew they had to play, but 2 best teams in the country, you had an opportunity to go right and get back here. What was that like for you as a coach?
Yeah, we were certainly disappointed, but we knew we weren't done. That's for sure. We knew we still had an opportunity to play in the NCAA tournament and get back to the Frozen Four. So our guys, they took it upon themselves. Hey, we got to move on. Like, are we disappointed? Of course. Can we learn from some things that happened in that game? Of course we can. But we had to move on, and because we were playing Thursday, so it was a quick turnaround, which I thought was great for our team. And for us, going on the road, I think it was a good time. Kind of get away from the distractions around Boston and get away from the noise, be together, and go out there and get the job done. And we did that. So it's a credit to our group and the leadership group we have, and a credit to our group for the way they respond to some adversity that we've been through this year, and it hopefully helps us this weekend.
We'll go Bernie and then Gracie.
Jay, Bernie Corbett, GoTerriers.com. You and I were both here 30 years ago. It's nothing to be proud of, the fact that we're both old enough to say that, but the Frozen Four experience for you, 4 times as a player, what it's like now. The hotel has been renovated. This is the same hotel, by the way. I found that out this morning. But just what the experience is like then and now to be part of a Frozen Four, now as a coach, then as a player?
Just grateful to be back here as a coach. Grateful for the opportunity I had when I played at Boston University, playing for Jack Parker, playing with a lot of very good players, a lot of competitive players, a lot of high character players, and we had some great teams. And in saying that, it's when you're here, it's very difficult to win. You know, this is sixth time, but the 5 times I went before, I only won 1 time. Like so. It's very hard to win this tournament. The margin for error is very slim. You know, the biggest thing is you can't beat yourself. Like that's part of it. You got to limit your mistakes. Discipline's a factor. All these little things that add up over the course of a game are really important. And that's what I learned from my experience here. And you know, it's very tough to win, but you got to have the mindset that you believe you can. So. That's how we're going into this year.
And then Gracie Davenport, Boston Hockey Blog. Jay, you mentioned you played in those 4 Frozen Fours as a player, so just how impactful is this experience for these young players in their careers?
I think it's great to be on this stage. I think guys come to BU to expect to have this opportunity, so it's a credit to them to get here. But this is a great stepping stone for these guys to play in this environment. And it's different than if you're going to play in the National Hockey League. You go to the playoffs, you got 7-game series. In this environment, you have 1 game. It's one and done. So that's high pressure, and it can help you grow as a person and as a player.
Dan?
Dan Roach from WBZ. Speaking with Shane LeChance for a few minutes, I'm sure you've been asked this many, many times, but he seems to be a kid that's embraced the lineage in his family. What's that been like for you to watch as he goes about his business and seemingly gets better and better?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun coaching Shane. I know his family very well, beyond Jack and and his mom. I know his dad very well. I roomed with his uncle for 4 years at BU, so the history is there. Shane's a Terrier through and through. Like, he grew up watching it, being there, being part of it. He takes so much pride and cares so much when he puts that jersey on. Like, he's a leader on our team as a freshman, and he has so much respect for the program. I think the players feel that. They have so much respect for him. He's not afraid, even though he's a freshman, he speaks up as much as anyone because he knows, what it means to people that care about this Terrier program. And I can't say enough good things about Shane LeChance. He's been awesome for us. He's continued to grow his game over the course of the year. He knows who he is as a player. He's very comfortable in our room. Just there's a lot of things that go unnoticed about Shane LeChance. He means so much to our team.
Take one more for Coach if it's there. All right, Coach.
Thanks, guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, bud. Nice job. That's great. Next up, press conference is Denver following their practice. So they're scheduled to be on here at 1:30. I will keep them more punctual than BU was. if any of our guys are. Yeah.
Who'd you talk to? Paul?
Paul. Yeah, Paul went and like spoke to people one and then got them to quiet down, but just FYI. Yeah, I just texted Ron and said 5 minutes. All right, we're about 5 minutes away from Denver joining us. They're just wrapping up in the locker room now. A couple of reminders while I have you here, and then we'll kind of go through it again. The Denver locker room will be open for the duration of this press conference, so from 1:30 to 2 o'clock, the Denver locker room will be open. So if you want to speak with a player that isn't coming up here, the locker room is open while they're talking up here. No video recording of the press conference. If you need video, we can either get you a link out back near the cameras, or there's a download that will be available on the digital media workspace. We'll take questions, an opening statement from Coach, questions for the players first. We'll dismiss the players at that point, and then take questions for Coach after that. Plenty of time. No surprise. Hi, Mark. Brian. Nice to meet you. Thanks for being here. Not far. So if you go that way, you'll pass the guy kind of sitting at a lectern. He'll let you go in. They're all the way down the other end of that hallway. You'll see it's a big door that's stickered with the Denver stuff. Yeah, hard to miss. Denver is on their way. They'll be here shortly. Anybody got any questions for me? Bernie, you're banned from this segment. You can't speak during this one. Yeah, that's exactly correct. That's exactly correct. So again, just a couple of reminders. We're going to take an opening statement from Coach, questions for the players, dismiss the players, and then we'll take questions for Coach. We'll get you a microphone at some point, so please just wait for that. Raise your hand so I can see it, and then I'll try to get people into a queue. And then please just identify yourself each time you ask a question in your affiliation. And if you're asking a question of the players, you can either direct it to one player specifically, or if you have multiple, I'll try to pass the baton as they answer. So we'll try to keep it nice and orderly that way. That's a good question. BU went a little bit longer than I thought, so I didn't necessarily dish everyone the same question, but we'll try to do that as much as we can. That's a huge accomplishment in my opinion. Gentlemen, you can see your name on the back. Please just sit at your placard. All right, Coach, first off, whenever you're settled, congratulations on returning to the Frozen Four. We'll just start off by taking an opening statement from you on your path here and looking ahead to the game tomorrow.
Okay. Well, it's great to be back in St. Paul. When we won here 2 weeks ago, it was obviously our goal to get back here. It was a tough road. Out in Springfield playing two great teams in UMass and Cornell, but really proud of our team for getting through that and getting us back here. So they've done a great job all year, and it's always a good season when you're playing on the last weekend.
Thanks, Coach. We'll take questions for the players again, so just raise your hand. We'll start up front here with Scott.
College Hockey West. Zeev, or Chai, for you, playing with Zeev is always a challenge, but now you get a chance to play in a national championship atmosphere with him. Has anything changed over the course of the season?
I wouldn't say anything really has changed. I would say, we're just excited for this moment. We've dreamed of this since we were kids. We've probably celebrated out back at home in the yard, pretending we've won a national championship before. So yeah, we're just really excited for this moment.
Sean Davidge, USCHO. This is for any of you guys. It's obviously a power of two really good offenses. What's going to be the key to slowing down BU's offense tomorrow?
Why don't you start that, McCade, please?
Yeah, I think we want to play our hockey, Denver hockey, and we want to make them come through us. We want to play a 200-foot game, stopping on pucks, and make it difficult for them to get to our net front. I think obviously stopping their offense, they obviously have some good players on their team. But I think we stick to what we do, and we play playoff hockey throughout the NCHC. We've been doing it for the last 8 weeks here into playoffs. So I think making them come through us and making them go 200 feet.
Jack, same question, please.
Yeah, I think Webby did a good job of going there. I think we know how good of a team we are. We know how strong we are defensively. I don't think we need to change anything up. We believe in ourselves, and I think if we stick to our game, we're going to have a lot of success. We're also battle tested the last couple weeks, so I think playing UMass and Cornell, those are tough battles, and I think we proved how good we are defensively.
Shai, anything to add?
No, I think they hit it spot on.
Bernie?
I'm up.
Yep.
Bernie Corbin, Hockey on Campus. Jack, just to talk a little bit and kind of give us some insight about what it's been like pre and post without Rizzo, and how you've adapted and continued to be productive with new line mates.
Yeah, Rizzo's obviously a tremendous player, and he plays a lot of skill, but here at the University of Denver, we have a next man up mentality, and we have had guys on our roster go fill his role a little bit with Carter King and Tristan Bros, and I've been fortunate enough to play with Tristan, who's another skilled guy who's got tremendous hockey sense. So I think obviously he's a tremendous player, but we have other guys on our team who can fill his role and play a big part in our success.
Yeah, Mick?
Mick Hatton from the Rink Live. Shai, just talk about, the development of this team defensively, because at the beginning of the season, I know that was kind of the challenge because there are a number of young guys on this team, but obviously with the way you guys played in the regional, you guys have come a long ways. But can you just talk a little bit about, the development of this team defensively?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're a young group, 11 freshmen, so I think we've been learning a lot throughout the year. We faced some adversity, getting swept by North Dakota, getting blown out in our building against Western. I mean, I think that's helped us, learn a lot. We take that, we go to video, and as a team we grow. I think that the 2-1 wins, showed a lot in our team, a lot of growth. That was the first time all season we've done that. So, we're ready for the challenge here but ahead of us.
Yeah, we'll go up to Mark and then back to Bernie.
Mark Hislop, Denver Gazette. I don't have to talk to you about the tradition and history and the goal for the 10th championship. But you are a young team. Do you ever look at yourselves as underdogs, or do you take the ice every time thinking we're as good as everybody?
McKay, take that one,
We
please.
think we're the best team here, and we set out day one of training camp that we're going to win a national championship. So we had a challenge in front of us, but no, we want to be playing in that last game. We don't think of ourselves as underdogs or anything like that. We're ready to go, and yeah, we want to be there. We want to lift the trophy at the end of the season.
Bernie?
Yeah, Bernie Corbett, Hockey on Campus. McCade, as someone who's been through it and been successful in Boston, what have you imparted on this team and what your role has been and how it's evolved over the course of the year to bring them to this point?
Well, I think we just have such a great group of guys, and I think everyone in the Denver community, be it administration, coaching, and staff, they've done a great job with our group. But no, we have a special group in that locker room, and there's a lot of people that do a lot of things for our community in Denver. So I think moving forward, it's just trying to talk to them and take a breath and enjoy the moment. We deserve to be here, and I think the experience of all these guys, we've all won one. So you could take a step back and analyze like everything that we'll see tomorrow that we've been there, and nothing's going to faze us.
Yep. Ready?
Randy Johnson, Minneapolis Star Tribune. Questions for Shai. Boston University obviously has a lot of offensive talent, but how aware do you have to be of Macklin Celebrini?
Yeah, we've talked about him. He's obviously a good player, but I just think we stick to our game. Keep them on the outside, don't let them make plays, keep them away from our net, and good defense will just turn into good offense for us, and we'll go try to score some goals.
Anything further for the players? All right, guys, thank you. You can head back to the locker room. Appreciate it. Right now it is 1:40, so the Denver locker room will be open until about 2 o'clock, as long as there's the interest there. We'll start off now by taking questions for Coach. Again, just shoot your hand up so I can see it, and we'll try to cue you up into the line here. So start with Sean and then go to Scott.
Sean David, USHO. Coach, just a little bit to add on to what your player said about the game plan to slowing down Boston University tomorrow.
Yeah, I thought they summed it up real well. It's there's 4 great teams here. Every team has offensive weapons. You don't get here without that, and so it's trying to limit their opportunities, their time and space, the best you can. And I think our team showed how committed they are to team defense, have been, the last couple months, and certainly last weekend out in Springfield. So it's a big ask, it's a big lift, but the group's confident and feeling good about themselves, I think ready to face the challenge.
Scott.
Scott Strandy, College Hockey West. DC, for your whole roster, it's blended together and you played a team game, but we know this time of year it's goaltending, it's special teams. How do you feel right now with your power play and your PK?
Good. I think you see the numbers drop as far as penalties this time of year. I think teams are more disciplined. Refs are maybe a little bit less likely to call some of the fringe type penalties. So, you have to be ready to execute. You might only get a power play or two in the game, and you might be asked to kill once or twice. So you just have to be ready for those moments whenever they are. And both units have been going well on the PK and the power play for us, and having a little bit of extra time to prepare, I think, is always helpful, and I'm sure it'll be a big factor in the game tomorrow.
Bernie?
David, Bernie Corbett, Hockey on Campus. From the outside, the perspective on your goalie, Matt Davis is pretty special. He waited his turn, which, in this age, guys don't wait their turn. They take off. He now has his time. He's getting back healthy. But your perspective from the inside as to what he's meant, his development, and once again, bringing it to the point now that you're playing potentially for a national championship.
Yeah, I mean, he's been through a lot in his first 2 years being behind Corona. Has had the opportunity to work with Ryan Massa, who we were able to add as a full-time assistant this year. Ryan's been with us the previous 2 years. So there's a level of consistency in the coaching, the teaching that he's getting. Saw a lot of growth in his game through the last 2 years. I think one of the bigger moments for Matty was when Corona got hurt at the end of last year down the stretch, and it allowed Matty the opportunity to carry the ball down the stretch toward the end of the year, and he made some real big saves, helped us stay in some games and win a lot of games down the stretch a year ago, gave him a little bit of that experience and opportunity. Thought that was great for his growth and also for the growth of the program in leading into this season. And then you get into this year, he gets hurt in Game 5, doesn't play another game in the whole first half. So it hasn't been this, super smooth sailing type season. He's gone through a lot this year, has started every game after the break, and you could tell timing, just repetition, coming back mid-season. That's not an easy thing to do, and work through some of those moments of adversity. In addition to our team getting better defensively in front of him, I think it's all kind of come together at the right time over the last 4 to 6 weeks for him and our group, and we know our hands are going to be full tomorrow with some really good players and an excellent team that we're facing, but the adversity and his path, I think, has prepared him well for this stage.
Randy Johnson, Minneapolis Star Tribune. David, what have you seen in the development of Tristan Brose since he's joined your program?
I think, finding a level of confidence and comfort in the room, it's not easy. I don't think in any program to be a transfer, and it's not easy on the individual coming in. It's not easy on the guys, in the room, and I think they've done a great job over the last 18 months. He's done a great job of kind of letting his guard down and the guys accepting him and all those things. And he's getting back to the player I think that we all saw in Fargo, and just a more consistent, on your toes, engaged physically, mentally, and obviously, I think the results are speaking for themselves with Rizzo having been out for the extended period that he was. Tristan was one of the guys that we asked to step up and play a bigger role and play more minutes, and I think he's done a really nice job with it.
Jess Myers from the Rink Live. David, welcome back. We talked a little bit on the conference call about your familiarity with playing here, but it sounds like the committee really made it a pretty unique experience. Can you just talk about what you've seen since you've gotten off the plane and been to the rink here?
Yeah, I think the NCAA always does a great job. Certainly at this event, we're really grateful for all the work that they do, and it's a big lift by Visit St. Paul, the building, the Gophers, the host institution, and all the people that come in and lay the groundwork, logistics, infrastructure, I think, to make it a really special experience for the players. And that's the most important thing, is that they have a great experience here. And this place, this city, this state, they know hockey, they know how to run it at a really high level. And, we've been blown away by the hospitality that we've received thus far.
Scott Serenity, College Hockey West. DC, you had a chance to coach the World Junior team, and a lot of these players a little bit in depth. Advantage, disadvantage at this point, or does it matter?
I don't think it really matters one way or the other. So it's good to see some of them. We had a great journey and experience together back in December and January, and accomplished something really special. But as far as impacting this event, I don't see it being a major factor.
Mark?
Mark Kisla, Denver Gazette. Pardon me for this. I ran down to check on your players. Rizzo's availability?
Rizzo will be in tomorrow.
Bernie?
David, Bernie Corbett, Hockey on Campus. Thinking back to your team from 2 years ago and winning in Boston, and obviously Byam coming in has been, I think he's defined impact freshman, but I remember how good Behrens has been for you. Just to give us some insight about him. He's maybe a little bit of a forgotten guy because Byam's been so impactful.
Yeah, Sean has really been a mainstay. Since his freshman year, he's played big minutes for us. Was paired with Kyle Mayhew for a couple years, playing against other teams' top lines from day one. Power play, penalty kill, north of 20 minutes from day one stepping on campus. So he's been through a lot of the wars, through our league, through this tournament, through the World Juniors, has a lot of big game experience, someone that we'll obviously lean on, heavily tomorrow and hopefully all weekend, playing against teams with excellent offensive players, and how he takes away time and space, how he gets into people, even at his size, his ability and desire to block shots. He puts it all on the line for his teammates, and I think he's got a lot of respect from the room and all the little things that he does to help a team win. Might not be the flashiest, things, but he wins Defensive Defenseman of the Year in our league for a reason. And again, it's hard to do that at sub-6, and he's done that. So it just goes to show I think the respect that he has amongst our league and the results that he puts in on the ice of shutting down other teams' best players.
Mick Hanton from the Rink Live. Describe, I guess, how Massimo is looking and feeling right now. Obviously, it's been a long time off here for him.
Yep, it has been. He's been on his progression path, obviously for a little while here, and I think our medical team's done a great job with him, and he's been able to skate, since getting back from Springfield, in like a regular jersey, and take contact and get involved. And it's been a day-by-day thing, how is he doing, how you feeling, is there a setback, is there not, and so he's had a good week of practice, and he's ready to go for tomorrow.
Anything additional for Coach? All right, Coach, that's it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks,
Good luck
everybody.
tomorrow.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Am I still up? Yeah. So next up is Michigan. Michigan is at 2:45. Press conference at 2:45. Thank you. All right, so we're about 5 minutes away from Michigan joining us. I'll run through the reminders again. We'll start off by taking an opening statement from Coach. We'll then pivot to questions for the student athletes. We'll dismiss the student athletes, and then we'll take questions for Coach. At the same time that they come up here, the locker room is also open and will remain open for about 30 minutes. So if you want to speak to a player that isn't brought to the stage, the 30-minute window starts when they sit down and ends about 30 minutes later, so 2:45 to about 3:15. We have microphones out there. Just raise your hand so I can see it. We'll get you the microphone. I'll try to cue people up as much as we can. Before you ask a question, just state your name and affiliation for the transcripts. And then if you're asking a question to a player, please just direct the question at the player. If it's for everyone, also state that, and I'll make sure that we walk through each player and we get an answer from them. Early. Thank you. Love it. All right, guys, thanks for joining us early. Appreciate it. We will start off again just by taking questions for the players, and then we'll jump into questions for Coach. So if any questions for players, please just raise your hand. We'll get you the microphone, name and affiliation, and we'll jump right into it. So who wants the first one? We'll start up front with Scott. Thanks, Scott.
Scott, Trinity College Hockey West Live. Marshall, for you, just your thoughts on the defensive style of play that you may need to play to win this championship?
Yeah, I think just be hard in every zone. Make them turn over the puck. Be good on line rush against. Just be physical. I think we have a great D-core back there, so as long as we take care of our net, we'll put some pucks in their net.
Up front.
Ryan Zook, MLive.com, Ann Arbor News. Brandon has talked a lot about this year about how you guys play better when you have something to prove. At this point, in your eyes, what do you have left to prove?
Yeah, I think we got a lot to prove. Michigan hasn't won a national title since 1998, so that's what we want to do for the alumni. That's what we want to do for the Block M, and it starts tomorrow. I think as a team, we were 500 during break, and we kind of went on a little run there, but we're not satisfied yet. So starts tomorrow and we're ready to go. BC's in our way, so we're going to do everything in our power to get the win.
Jacob, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we just got to, like Marsh said, like it just starts with the first puck drop. We got to go shift by shift and, have the mentality to, prove that we're the best. And I've had no doubt since the start of the year that we're the best team at the end of this. So, yeah, I just got to believe in each other. And most importantly, it starts with that first shift at each guy. So, yeah.
Other questions for the players? We'll go up front and then back to Andrew and then back up.
Lise Goldman, The Michigan Daily. For Jacob and Philip, third straight Frozen Four with Michigan, does it feel familiar being back here, and how are you building on that experience?
Jacob, why don't you start us off for that one, please?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we've had good teams the past 3 or 4 years that we've been here, and that's just why you come to Michigan. You come here to win. The people before us have built a great program for us, and we're just doing our part. And yeah, it's a great experience every year. There's no doubt that we're gonna get there. We had no doubt at the start, and we're just happy to be here. And we have something to prove, like we said. Like, we're not done yet. Like, there's still a lot that this team has to prove to the people out there. And yeah, I mean, it's a good experience, but we just got to focus on the next game.
Mahoney, Boston Globe. Marshall, good to see you again. I know you talked about this before, but just what are the emotions, getting ready for this, facing BC? Did you keep in touch with those guys during the season, and has that gone on lockdown now as you get ready to play them?
Yeah, our group chat's been pretty quiet ever since we beat Michigan State. But, yeah, right now I'm emotionless about it. It's a business trip for us. We have to beat them. They're in our way. So, yeah, obviously after the game I'll be a little emotional. But right now I'm just focused on playing Boston College and beating them.
We'll go Yeah, go ahead.
Ellie Richard, Michigan Daily. Any player can answer this, but having a weekend off, how do you guys think that either plays into your favor or doesn't play into your favor? Does that disrupt momentum, or is it nice to have that rest?
Yeah, obviously it's nice having that break. You go through the regionals and some guys are hurt, like Seamus Casey, but he's healthy now and ready to go. So that time off helps us recover. And but obviously you want to ride that momentum. But NAR had a great plan for us, and our training staff had a great plan for us to get back into it and just build momentum through practice and keep the pace really high. So the guys feel really great coming into the tournament.
Ryan Zook on Live.com. Marshall, what have you told these guys in the team about maybe what to expect against facing BC?
Yeah, they're a fast, skilled team, like we know already, but I think, they play good on the line rush, similar to Minnesota a little bit with their top two lines. We just got to wear them down, be hard in front of our net. And I think it just comes down to who wants it more in those dirty areas and who's willing to give it more. I think we got to be utterly desperate because that's how you win championships. So I think we got a good game plan going in, and we're ready to go.
Yeah, right there. Second.
Yeah. Tony Garcia, Detroit Free Press. For any of you guys, I guess maybe Jacob will start with you. You talked about a little bit about sort of some other teams, people counting you guys out, you guys not doubting. This is the hometown of probably the hockey team and coach who was counted out the most, right, in the Miracle on Ice. I wonder if any little thing like that, right, like the last time I think hockey won, the football team won, just does it feel like when Michigan won the title, beat Boston College, does it feel like maybe some stars are aligning? Do you guys look at things like that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's cool to see the stats with the '98 team and how it's all kind of aligning. But at the end of the day, it's up to us to repeat history, something that hasn't happened since '98, where football and hockey won in the same year. So it's definitely cool to see those stats, but it comes down to us to make it come to fruition.
Yeah, I think it's kind of cool when people doubt you in a little bit of a way, because adversity kind of breeds champions, and I think we've been through a little adversity all year, so it's kind of cool just proving people wrong, and I think we're going to keep doing that. But yeah, we got a special group here, and we have the 1998 trophy sitting in our locker room, so it's kind of cool just to look at every day and kind of see that. And, you strive for that every day. You want that. So, how far are you willing to go for that trophy? That's kind of been our mantra and our attitude going into this week.
Anything else for the players? Yeah, go up.
I guess more recently, I mean, football team and you guys both making 3 straight Final Four playoff appearances type of things. I guess what takeaways can you maybe draw from their success this year and finally getting over that hump after two straight years losing in the semis?
Is that directed at one or all three?
Jacob and Philip.
All right, Philip, why don't you start?
Yeah, I mean, I can just remember that Alabama game in the semis. That momentum swings were crazy in that game. And I remember NAR coming into the room after and saying, you guys see those momentum swings? That's how it is in the tournament. And we know that. We've been here 2 years in a row. So, that's what it's all about. And just kind of controlling those emotions through those momentum swings and staying even keel. And then, before we left, Moore came in and talked to the team and the new head coach, and kind of gave us his perspective on his championship this year, and it fired the boys up, and it was awesome for him to do that for all of us, and just thankful for that.
Jacob, same question.
Yeah, building off what Phil said, we know a lot of the football guys, and we're kind of friends with them, so to be able to hang out with them and kind of hear their experiences through the playoffs and what they went through as a team, and the biggest thing is just they talk about it with us, and we have it in our locker room, is just having that swagger and just knowing you're the best and going out there every day and competing with each other, and I believe that it's the closest team that wins championships. So I think that we've done a good job with that, and just bringing the guys together to hang out and have fun and just kind of enjoy this process.
Anything additional for the players? Jesse, anything for the players while you're coming in? Not to put you on the spot. All right, guys, thank you. You can head back to the locker room. Appreciate
Thank
it. All right, questions for Coach. Again, just throw those hands up so I can see them, and we'll get you in a queue for questions. We'll go second, and then over.
Rika Leonard, Michigan Daily. What are you anticipating out of BC, and how do you think you guys match up?
They're the #1 team in the country. They won the regular season. They won the playoffs. First off, congrats on all 4 girls coming. I think that's awesome. They're a really good team. We got a ton of respect for them and their staff. And, with video nowadays, I think they know what we're about and we know what they're about. And it just comes down to executing, like Phil talked about, just with the momentum swings. Even in that Alabama game or watching the football team, it's just making the big play at the right time, but you don't know when that time's going to come. You don't know if it's a big or small play, but just stacking all those together and making sure we're on the right side of it.
Anna Miller, Michigan Daily. Phil kind of mentioned how important the break is, especially for a guy like Seamus coming back, but what does Seamus coming back this weekend do for your team?
Yeah, it's huge. He's one of the leaders on the D Corps. Super proud of the guys for stepping up when he wasn't around. We're happy to have him back in a lot of different areas.
Jesse?
Jesse Pierce, NHL.com. What has Rucker McGrody meant to your team, and just what have you seen from him this season?
Just a leader. One of those guys that brings energy every room that he walks into. Always positive, smiling, makes you smile. And then obviously a great player on the ice. But just Rucker and that sophomore class, but all these guys, just a really good example of good people and what Michigan's all about.
Scott?
Scott Stranding, College Hockey West. Brandon, bringing your team in here, it's a different environment again. Every Frozen Four is a little different. Are there more distractions, same distractions? How do you keep it all simple?
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the biggest things that we've talked about or that we've learned from, not that it was a negative in the past, but just that it's easy to get distracted. I don't think if you ask the guys that were just excited to be here in the past, I think that they were ready to go. But this year it's like we may look back on it in 5, 10, 15 years and be happy that we went to 3 Frozen Fours in a row, but we're here to win. And we've got to earn that, and we have a lot of work to do, and it starts on Thursday.
Anything additional for Coach? Yeah, Andrew?
Andrew Mahoney, Boston Globe. Do you see any similarities from the team 2 years ago? I know you weren't head coach then, but you came into Boston with 7 first-round picks. Do you see any similarities to, the talent that BC brings in with the 4 first-round picks and the guys that played up for the program?
Yeah, big time. There can be nothing going on, and they just have ultra-talented players that can make something happen out of nothing. I think that's the biggest thing with the momentum shifts is you feel that this team's out shooting the other team 9-1 in this segment. They deserve to score. That's the difference when you have game breakers is you can be getting outshot or outplayed, and they put one in the back of the net, and it changes all momentum.
Up front to Scott. And then
Scott Stranding, College Hockey West. Brandon, again, just to talk a little bit about your fan base, your band. I kind of joked in Maryland Heights about it seemed like between you and Michigan State, your bands are having their own battle.
Yeah.
How much does that excite your team and promote them to go forward?
It's huge. I think Michigan in general has got the largest alumni network in the world. And from the band to the Children of Yost to just the regular students, the support's been unbelievable. We probably don't appreciate it enough until you're not here and you look back or you watch other programs. But that's why Michigan is what they're all about, is because of the support.
Right up front.
Ryan Zook, MLive.com. Going back to the last offseason when you brought in Marshall Warren, I guess what were you kind of expecting out of him? And now that you've got to coach him for a year, what are your takeaways and what has he been like?
Yeah, just a leader, a veteran, mature kid. Brings nothing but positive energy in the room, pushes other people to be the best versions of themselves. I think Marsh had a good first half. With Edwards out, he probably took on too much like a lot of those guys in regards to ice time and trying to take care of the D-Corps. But he's been outstanding in the second half. And even just simplifying his game, being hard, but just being a leader in the room on and off the ice and making the big plays at the big moments. He's been great.
Go back.
Thank you. Chris Lurchios, College Hockey Online. Coach, how valuable is the experience that Jake Barczewski brings, being a fifth-year player?
Yeah, I think he's a 4-year starter, Canisius, obviously played in the tournament and then won their playoff championship with them. I think he's gained a ton of experience this year playing in big events like the Dual and the D, the Big Ten championship on the road, and then the NCAA regionals in his hometown. We believe in Barzo. He's another guy that just brings positive energy, and the guys want what's best for him. And I think he's going to be outstanding on Thursday night.
Go on the right, yeah.
Ellie Richard, Michigan Daily. So there's a lot of players from the US NTDP program on both sides. Have you guys talked about that all in the locker room, or is that just like push that out, do your own thing?
No, I think a lot of these guys have played with and against each other, whether it's on World Juniors or in junior hockey or at the national program. You know, the top 17-year-olds go there at one point, and BC's got a lot of them, and we have a lot of them, and just a credit to the recruiting and what that program's built.
Mike's right behind you.
Phil mentioned how Coach Moore talked to the team. Was that something that you helped set up? And have you talked to him at all about just managing, like going to a championship, a playoff?
Yeah, we spent some time with him as staff, and then we had a really good talk. And then he asked if he could come talk to the players too. It was quick, simple stuff, but stuff that matters. And if you haven't been here before, you wouldn't appreciate his messaging. But it was really good. It's just a business approach. We're here like any other road trip all year. We're not walking around the town like just happy to be here. Like we got a job to do, and that's we're ready to do it.
Jesse?
Jesse Pierce, NHL.com. You know, you had mentioned the amount of draft picks you guys have and BC has, and in general, BU and DU as well. Just how exciting is it for college hockey to really continue to grow and put elite hockey talent on the map? I think before it probably was more, let's go play juniors, but now you have some of the best players in the world saying, let's go play college hockey.
Yeah, to me, like with this Frozen Four and, you know, Byam from Denver and, you know, the line at BC and Gauthier and what he's doing, you know, Macklin Celebrini is probably going to go #1 overall. It's a great time for college hockey, and I think it's only going up. I think it's super exciting. Yeah, I won't go the other way. We've been talking to some recruits recently, and they're picking like every high-end 15, 16-year-old between major, junior. Like it's not even close. We're a little biased, but it's really impressive what college hockey's done every conference, and I think it's going to keep getting better and better.
Anything else for Coach? All right, Coach, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank
Good
you.
luck tomorrow. Thanks, Coach. Next up, we'll have Boston College. Press conference starts at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock for Boston College. Okay, we are about 5 minutes away from Boston College joining us for the final press conference of the day. They'll be up here at 4. Their locker room will be open from 4 to about 4:30, the same time that they're up here. So we'll start off again by taking an opening statement from Greg Brown, who was earlier today named National Coach of the Year. We'll take questions for Cutter Gauthier, Jack Malone, and Eamon Powell, and then we'll pivot back to taking questions for Coach Brown so that the kids can get back to the locker room. Again, we'll have microphones, so just wait till we get that over to you, and then state your name and affiliation before jumping in, and then we'll get the questions done for the athletes and for the coach. 5 minutes. If anything changes, I will let you know. You're not who I wanted to see come walking down there. Yeah, that's fine. You go after Marv, though. Yeah, something like that. Have you seen them in person yet? Oh my god. It's unbelievable. You notice so much more, like, in terms of on this work, defensive positioning. So Oh, awesome. That's great. How are you, sir? Good. Dressed two ways for the rink and then outside. Take everything off. All right, BC will be with us in just a second here. They're walking their way down. Again, just a couple of reminders. We're going to take an opening statement from Coach. We'll actually do that this time. Then we'll take questions for the players. Just raise your hand high so I can see it and we can get you the microphone. State your name and affiliation before asking a question every time. And if you're asking a question to a player, please just direct your question to a player. Or if it's for all three, also state that and we'll walk it through and make sure that they all get something to say. Guys, Cutter, you're second. Eamon, you're all the way down. Jack, you're in the middle, far side. Hey, Coach. How are you? Good. All right, Coach. First off, congratulations. We'll start off just by taking an opening statement from you on returning to the Frozen Four, and while you're at that, please touch on earlier today you were named National Coach of the Year. Your thoughts on that?
First, we're just excited to be here. These guys next to me have worked really hard this year with their teammates, and you hope to be rewarded for all that effort. It's no guarantee. You have to beat a lot of very good teams to get here. So it's nice for us, nice for them to have this opportunity, and we're excited to get started tomorrow.
Questions, National Coach of the Year. Not going to let you off the hook that easily.
If you get an award like that, it means you got a lot of really good players on your team. So again, these guys have worked hard. I think the one thing I appreciate is when we strung several wins together, they were never satisfied and didn't take nights off. They just kept pushing to keep winning. And, you know, as a result, we got ourselves to a good spot. And, you know, whatever, they gave me something for that. But I still had 0 goals, 0 assists, 0 block shots. These guys have done all the work.
Questions to the players again, just get your hands up high and we'll get the microphones out to you in a queue. Go up front to Scott.
Hi, Scott Strandy, College Hockey West. Cutter, for you, just your thoughts on being here in St. Paul and having the opportunity to win a national championship on top of what you guys have already accomplished.
Yeah, it's a huge opportunity for us as a group to be where we're at today, and we're super fortunate for how our season's gone so far, and we couldn't be more excited and thrilled to be here in St. Paul and get the games underway. And like I said, we're just super thrilled for this opportunity to be here today.
Andrew?
Andrew Mahoney, Boston Globe. Eamon, there's so much focus on, so much attention to the high-powered offense, but despite the fact that he's posted 31 wins, it almost feels like, Fowler's almost overshadowed a little bit. Just what's it like to play in front of him and to, as a defenseman, to have a goalie like him behind you?
Yeah, he's been awesome all year. And like you said, sometimes he doesn't get the credit he deserves, which is crazy because he gets so many accolades. But he's really brings so much confidence to our group. Obviously, other good teams are going to push the pace and bring some momentum. And he's always back there giving us confidence. And as a defenseman, like you said, he's always communicating. So he's been unreal. And as a freshman, he's really stepped up for us. So he's been awesome all year.
We'll go back up to Scott and then out to Jesse.
Scott's trying to College Hockey West. Jack, for you, leading this team into the Frozen Four, and what you've seen so far, how do you capsulize it all, and how do you stay hungry for 2 more games?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like Coach said before, never being satisfied has kind of been, our MO for a while here this past couple months. Looking forward to the Hockey East tournament and now the national tournament. So, obviously we have a lot of great players. We've accomplished a lot, but the ultimate goal is right in front of us, and we know that the fact that we're so close just adds to that hunger for us, and we're just not going to stop until we where we believe we can be. And so I think that it's just a culmination of a lot of success and a lot of good habits throughout the year that have ultimately got us into this position. So we want to continue to capitalize on what we've built on and keep going to the biggest games of the year are ahead of us.
Jesse?
Jesse Pierce, NHL.com. For Iman and Jack, what's it like playing with Cutter? What can you guys tell me about him as a player and about as a person? Go ahead and spill all the deets. I can tell he's already excited about that.
Hey, why don't you take that one first?
Yeah, no, Cutter's been awesome. Obviously, from day one, coming in as a freshman, obviously there's a lot of hype, there's a lot of press about him, but just his day-to-day, the way he goes about his business, he's just another kid, another guy in the locker room. His ability to kind of connect with his teammates and really push each other on the ice and off the ice, I think is one of the best qualities about him. And obviously, you see all the stuff he does on the ice and how remarkable he's been for us this year in particular. So there's not enough good things to say about him, and he's going to have a bright future for sure.
Yeah, I mean, tough. Like I agree with everything Eamon just said. Even as a sophomore, you kind of surprised you the type of confidence he has in the locker room and the voice he has amongst the guys. Takes on a leadership role for us for sure, and gives us a boost if we need it. He's always working and always setting a good example for the big freshman class that we have, and even for guys like myself and Eamon who have even been around college hockey for a while. His habits are great, and like Eamon said, he's got a lot of hockey left to play in the future.
Randy?
Randy Johnson, Minneapolis Star Tribune. This is for Cutter. Your team has won 14 games in a row. What was said after that last loss to motivate you guys?
Obviously, whenever you get the opportunity to play for a trophy like we did at the Bean Pot and you come up short just due to a slow start is something you kind of kick yourself in the behind for. And we've had lots of success this season, and after that game we've had a lot of anger too. We set a goal at the beginning of the year to win a handful of trophies, and one was stripped from us, and that definitely put some fire in the pot for us. And we're just super excited to get back here and showcase our skills and our competition to win the games that matter the most. And obviously that one sucked for us earlier on, but it was a nice wake-up call for us to hone in on the small details that we lacked in that game and high pressure moment. And we're excited to get back here and play some big games, and we got 2 ahead left to the ultimate goal, and that's why you play college hockey.
Jesse?
Jesse Pierce, NHL.com. Cutter, the boys had mentioned a bright future for you. What do you anticipate that looks like? I know you're focused right now on getting to Saturday's title game first and foremost, but how do you plan on making that decision, whether that's coming back to BC, NHL, and what do you anticipate that looks like?
Yeah, I mean, my goals and all that kind of stuff is pretty cool, but that's in the future, and that's that's kind of far away. And one MO that, the guys have mentioned to me is kind of live in the moment, go day by day, and whatever the case may be is, I'm super excited to be here with the group of guys we have, and we came all this way to, win a national championship, and Michigan's standing in our way, so we're just focused on that tomorrow night.
Jess?
Jess Myers from the Rink Live. All season we've heard about Michigan's offense, but it seems like their defense improving in the last month has made a difference for them. Just what's the strategy against the Wolverines to get to their net?
Is that targeted somebody or all three of them? Eamon, why don't you take that one and we'll walk on down.
Yeah, obviously they have a lot of talented players up front, and I think it goes to show you for all the teams that are here, a lot of really good players up front, a lot of offense. And like you said, as of recent, their defense has been great. Obviously, I've played with Marshall Warren and know a couple of the other defensemen as well. So they're all talented players, and they could definitely impact a game. So I think it's not to be taken lightly. They have a strong squad, and they're here for a reason. So I think we're just building up and gearing towards playing them tomorrow night.
Jack, thoughts?
Yep. Well, I think that going into any game here, you're expecting the other team to be good on both ends of the ice, and I think what it comes down to for us is focusing on us, and we have a game plan, it may be catered to our opponent, but more or less it's pretty similar to the way we've been playing all along, and that's to move our feet and play simple, and if we have opportunities to make plays, then to make them. We got to respect the talent that they have and the power of some of their guys, but at the same time we want to be able to go into the game with confidence that we're going to execute our game plan no matter who the opponent is.
Cutter, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, kind of like what Eamon said, everyone's here for a reason. Michigan's had a good season, and we've had a good season as well, but everyone here is at square one. It doesn't matter how we got here, where we came from. There's 2 games to be played, and whoever comes out, fighting the most and has those small details like the defense you mentioned is going to come out on top, and we're just going to focus on everything we can control and what we can do to win that game tomorrow.
Jesse?
Jesse Pierce, NHL.com. Jack, Coach Brown was quick to turn all the attention to you guys, but what can you say about him as a coach that obviously earned him the accolades that he earned today?
Yeah, I mean, I think his response says a lot. The fact that he kind of deflects the credit to us, but at the same time, he's been the leader of the group all year long, and the way he controls the room and the voice he has and the messages he gives us, at times that may be tough. He gives us great messages to motivate us and to move us in the right direction, and he's been a great leader for us all year long. Can't speak highly enough of the type of person he's been, off the ice as well. He's a great coach, but he's a great person as well, and I think that's why all the boys really love him.
Anything else for the players? Andrew?
All three of you, just how are you feeling right now? Just watching the end of that practice, it looks like you guys are having fun. You guys look pretty loose out there. Just how you feeling getting ready for tomorrow night's game?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, obviously you could get caught up and, it's a big stage, big pressure, but I think the biggest thing for our group is just to enjoy it. I think we're at our best when we're having fun and we're playing loose and stuff like that. And obviously we got a young team, but like I said before, when we're enjoying it, we're having fun, we're just enjoying being out there. I think that's when we're at our best. So I think headed into this weekend and tomorrow, obviously, I think that's kind of the mindset. Obviously be focused and dialed in when we need to be, but at the same time, hockey is fun and we deserve to be here. So,
Jack, how you feeling?
Yeah, I think the boys, like Cut was saying before, just super excited, thrilled to have this opportunity. It's what you look forward to, all year long, and like Eamon said, it can be a lot. The fact that when you're growing up and dreaming of playing college hockey, you dream of yourself being in a position that we're in right now, and that could be a big pill to swallow. But the boys are up to the test for sure, and it's something that we've been preparing for, physically and mentally, and to be here is just awesome. I think everybody's going to be playing at their best tomorrow because we got a group of guys who can really come to the plate, step up no matter what it is, whether it's scoring goals, making plays, blocking shots. It's a great group to be a part of, and we're all just super excited and ready to bring out our best.
Cutter?
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. It's my first Frozen Four, and just can't wait till tomorrow night's puck drop. So ready to go.
One more for the players if it's there. All right, guys, thanks. You can head back to the locker room. Appreciate it. Questions for Coach now? Again, just raise your hand. We're going to start with Jess.
Jess Myers from the Rink Live. Greg, the Wild are out of town, so you got their locker room because you're the top seed. Any Matt Boldy or Billy Guerin leave you any like nice notes behind or anything like that?
Been texting with Billy. When I got to play with Billy back in college. Matt, Coach York said Matt was going to leave us a note, but I haven't found it yet. So we'll keep looking.
We'll go to Jesse next. And just a reminder, it's 4:16 right now. The BC locker room is open until about 4:30. So go ahead, Jesse.
Jesse Pierce, NHL.com. Coach, first of all, congratulations on being here in the award.
Thank you.
What has it been like to coach Cutter, and what can you tell me about him as a player from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, everyone notices the goals and the offense, but two things. One, as a player, he's really expanded his game this year. You know, we give him the toughest matchups most nights. If he plays against a lot of other teams' first lines, he takes big draws in the defensive zone. He kills penalties now. So aside from his offensive abilities that everyone sees, he's really developed a 200-foot game. And it's huge for our team as a young team to have a guy who's still young on the team, but he can stabilize. When he gets out there, he can make sure not a lot of things go wrong, and if we need to change the momentum, he does a great job of that too. So he's been enormous for our team. Off the ice, or not during games, he, I think Jack mentioned it, he has a real purpose every single day. He shows up to get better, and his intensity in practice, his preparation for practice is all stuff that the other young guys have seen, and he's probably helped them without ever realizing or knowing it just by the way he goes about his business.
Yeah, Chris?
Chris Lurch, U.S. College Hockey Online. Coach, Jacob Fowler, he's only a freshman, but he's won at every level. How important is that, and what does he bring, that experience?
Yeah. He showed early on that he's got a calmness to his demeanor. He doesn't get rattled by anything. And I think especially with, again, a young team, the guys can feed off that. And when you see him, no matter what the score is, doesn't let a bad goal affect him. Not that he lets in many, but doesn't let a bad goal affect him. Doesn't let a lot of pressure where the other team is in our zone for a while. Doesn't let that get him rattled. He just keeps calm, steady, goes about his business, and the team definitely feeds off that. They see him back there doing his thing. Not that he's relaxed, but he's under control all the time. He doesn't start flailing from side to side or guessing. He just stays right within himself, and it's huge for not only our defense, but our whole team.
Right up back.
Al Token, Monumental Sports Network. Greg, first of all, congratulations on a great season in the Final Four.
Thank you.
Ryan Leonard had a spectacular freshman season. Does it look to you like maybe he's even taken another step up in this postseason?
I guess he had, just to be able to do that in the postseason is taking a step up because the games get that much tighter, the ice gets that much smaller when you're playing. We had a very tough regional against two excellent teams that really tried to take ice away and limit your chances, and he was still able to find his cracks to create offense. So if you can produce like that as at the same rate or even a little more than you did in the regular season, then you know, that's very impressive. You see, it's so hard to produce in playoffs at any level. You see it in the NHL, you see it in college. And so for him to contribute as much as he did last week is a great testament to his abilities.
Jesse?
Jesse Pierce, NHL.com. BU alum Jack Eichel told me his vote was actually for Will Smith for Hobie Baker. What has Will really meant to your team, and how can you describe the way that he's really performed this season in the freshman year?
That's really nice of Jack. For Will to lead the country in scoring as a freshman is extremely impressive. And I guess Will, he's got a lot of abilities, but his awareness of space and how to create space for his teammates is something that's really special for a young kid, a freshman. You know, the familiarity with his line mates, and so they know how to read him also helps, but but he can really see things that not a lot of kids see, especially that young. He has a great ability to pass a puck exactly how hard it needs to be passed. If he needs a rocket to put through a small area, he does, or if he needs to lay it out to an area in front of people, he does that extremely well too. So like a good quarterback who knows exactly how hard to throw it, or a shortstop who can always get the guy out by half a step, Will has that ability. And for any young guys, like all of our young guys that are that high in the scoring race nationally, it's a testament to their abilities.
Anything else for Coach? I'll go to Andrew and then to Scott.
Andrew Mahoney, Boston Globe. I can't wait till the BU folks hear that Jack Eichel voted for Will Smith.
Bernie already left the building, so we're safe.
But same question I had for the players in terms of just watching that practice. There's a lot of chirping going on, just like looks like a lot of fun. They're pretty loose. Is that what you like to see from your team as you get ready for tomorrow night?
Yeah, it's still hockey. I think it's so important to be excited for the moment, but not to stress over it. Like it's an opportunity for the guys to do something. They'd be kicking themselves if we didn't get the opportunity to be here. So when you are here, you should enjoy it, not stress over it.
Scott.
Scott, Trinity College Hockey West. Coach, when you look at the fine line between really good offensive teams and still being responsible in your defensive zone, you've meshed it pretty well. Is there a secret?
No, all coaches will stress. It's clearly you need offense. 4 teams here, I believe, are average the most goals a game. But all of them will tell you, and we're no different, that if you can't take care of things in your own end, you don't get to this point. So we want to be offensive. We want to make plays and create, but you have to be responsible, or you don't get to play in playoff games. You don't win playoff games. So our guys have understood that message this year. They've been very receptive to practices. I know when we practice D-zone, it's not their favorite thing, but they understand that they want to win, and that's a huge part of it.
Jesse, and then Mike.
Last one for me, I swear. Jesse Pierce, NHL.com. Greg, I know you're a big USA Hockey guy in college hockey. Is that next step before professional hockey? How exciting is it to see how much college hockey has grown with the amount of NHL draft picks for your squad and everybody here? I mean, just the testament that it is to how elite hockey at the college level really is.
Yeah, it's great to see. The depth in college hockey is as high as it's ever been. You keep seeing the percentage of NHL players from college creep up every year. I think it's just become so clear that it's a great path for kids to, one, get an education, but two, achieve their goal of wanting to play pro hockey. So you see high-end Canadian kids coming down now. You see so many American kids, and it's just great to see. It's exciting for USA hockey, and it's exciting for college hockey that now more and more foreigners are recognizing that it's a great path as well.
Mike?
Mike McMahon, College Hockey News. Coach, when you've got 33 wins, there might not be a lot of opportunities to face a ton of adversity over the course of the year. I'm curious, when you look back at the regionals and how those 2 games played out, specifically for the younger guys, because I know the older guys have been through stuff before, but specifically for the younger guys to go through that, have to make some in-game adjustments in both of those games and have success. How important could that be this weekend?
Yeah. We knew that if you make it to the NCAAs, you're going to have tough battles, but both of those teams play a different style than us, and they're both heavier, a little older, and so it was tough going. There wasn't a lot of free ice out there. So for our guys to go through that and figure out a way to come out on top is huge, to have that experience. The game tomorrow is going to be, I'm sure, just as tightly contested, but different style probably than our regional games. But anytime you can weather the storm, everything doesn't go perfectly, but you find a way to come out on top, it gives you that much more confidence when you go for your next test.
Anything else for Coach? We got 5 minutes left. Jesse, if you want to just make up some. All right, Coach, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks. Thanks. Sure.
I know. Fill that dead space and just keep them talking. Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, Randy, how are you? Living the dream. Fish are gonna get Wally pitched, man. Trying out here. Making it all happen.